Man, YouTube chat's slow. Maybe on-screen chat for YouTube just isn't working right now. I don't know. Okay. Alright, I've got some ideas. Hi, Minus. I was just testing the on-screen chat. Twitch seems to be working fine, but the YouTube stuff just isn't showing up. Oh, there it is. It just takes forever. Damn. Whatever. Let's see if this does what I want it to do. My idea now is when you pick up a weapon off the floor, you should like switch to it, if that makes sense. Good start. I should extract this stuff to its own file at this point. I'm changing it so often that it's always such a hassle to recompile every time. If this works, then I'll do that. I've been doing a little tidying up today anyway. Maybe it's a good day to improve my quality of life a little bit by not constantly recompiling all of these every time I change something in the inventory. Should have a way to spawn a weapon on the floor. Look at that. Now when you pick something off the floor, you actually switch to it. Makes a lot of sense to me. Hey, Mabdo. And likewise, you can't pick something off the floor if you're already doing something, and you can't switch. Yeah, this works perfectly. That's how you prevent people from just spamming the weapon on the floor. Nice. And the nice thing is, like, the weapon on the floor keeps the same state it was in, so it's not like it reloads or something by you putting it on the floor. I like this little structure. Alright, nice. Let's, finally fix some things. Picking it up resets the reload. You can't pick it up if you are changing weapons, but if you drop a gun on the floor, it just stays in the exact same state it was in your hand, minus being fired. I think. I don't actually know if I do anything to force the gun's trigger to cancel. No. Well, it's the inventory that keeps track of your cooldown switching and stuff, but it's the weapon that keeps track of its own. Are you holding certain things? But a weapon on the floor is not iterated over by the weapon system, so it doesn't matter if the trigger was held down or not. But yeah, when you pick it up, it forces the reload animation to start. That's this bit. If you're reloading and you pick it up, will it continue reloading or just start firing? If you're reloading and you pick it up, will it continue reloading? It just goes. It will stay halfway through reload. Look. So let's find an enemy with a. All right. So the rocket launcher takes a minute to reload, right? Takes like a second. You can see that in the bottom right. See, as I reload, you can see the meter. If I reload, switch weapons, that rocket launcher on the floor is halfway through reloading. If I pick it up, it's still halfway through reloading. And once the switch animation is finished, it will continue reloading. So yeah, it functions perfectly. It's really nice. It's smooth. Sometimes I feel like I'm a pretty good developer. Yeah, there were a few things I was going to do. I was also going to add some color to the ammo. Like if you're about to run out, and maybe I'll tint the text red or something. Anywho, I was going to extract a few things to their own files just because I change them so often. It's such a hassle to reload components every time. I think these might want to go in their own spot as well. Types, component types, component enums. I don't know. Let's start with inventory at least. We can have actor components maybe, pop it in there. Or at least just inventory. Hello, PPPRC Gaming Grandma. How are you? Been a minute. This needs to be in my namespace, of course. Whee! It should tell me what I'm not using, right? There's usually an easy way to get rid of unused headers. Yeah. Health can go in there. Respawn. Well, health at least. We should include components, of course. You know, start coding gameplay stuff. We have a mental block on how to start. What do you mean mental block on how to start? You don't know what you want to program, or you don't know how to program it? Because those will have very different solutions. I should probably have a weapon components thing, actually, thinking about it. Refactoring. Probably should start moving some of this stuff to a CPP file. Have a look in the description, Vikings. I need to add these. Or do I not use the headers in here? I guess not. Somewhere else wants to use these, I guess. Like the game loop, our levels or basic stuff like this, what needs to be loaded from file, what has to be a system. That's not like start coding gameplay stuff. That's the whole owl. That's all the work. If you're unsure where to start, start somewhere really simple where it doesn't matter. If you're making a clone of asteroids, just crack it out. You can do that in like a couple of days, right? Just start one at random. and then see if it seems like a good idea. Then it's probably okay. If you're struggling, then maybe try a different loop. And because it's such a small project, you don't really waste any time doing something the inefficient way. Made a game engine. I am making a game engine, and under the hood there is OpenGL, but as you can see in the description, I'm using a library to wrap around OpenGL. Hopefully there's lots of information in there for you. That should answer all the normal questions at least. Alright, so this is going to break a bunch of places that are expecting inventory. Let's see where that is. Entity factory is a good start. Oh, I gave the file name a capital. Whatever. Culling system. Render actor system. Entity factory makes sense. Systems manager, of course. Can you guys hear the music okay? Alright, so these are things that are in the CPP file now. We can make an... Stop this. Talking to me about refactors. And then we'll want to add those to CMake. I have no thoughts on those. I barely know about Odin's existence. I don't know what JAI is. Another C++ thing. An actor. The programming language for gamers. Created by the guy who made Braid. I didn't know about it, I'll be honest. It's in a private beta. Why would I have any thoughts about it? Maybe not. Maybe it's public now? I'd never heard of JAI. I don't know. No thoughts. C++ is good. Mostly. Good enough for me. Alright, let's add some of these things into the list of 5 shots remaining. You're not so bad to have in the header. It'll be open source after he launches this game. That's cool. I have no opinion on something that doesn't exist yet, which I think is pretty normal take, I'd hope. What do you think about it? Braid was a while ago, right? That was like Xbox Live Arcade era, I thought. Hello, Test Inform. Hello, Art. How are you guys doing? Oh, whoops. Clang D. Come on now. An updated Clang D language server is available. Sure. Why not? Maybe it'll solve all my problems. We'll see. You don't know, he's developed the language for like 10 years and it got attention at a game event this year. That's cool. It's nice to see the game dev space still having waves. Yeah, I'll be honest, I haven't heard of it. Maybe it's more popular if you go to game dev conferences? I have not gone to a game dev conference, unfortunately. I'd like to go to one, though. They're quite expensive. If your work isn't paying for you to go, it's quite a lot of money, I think. Yeah, all this inventory stuff should be in the CPP file. Let's move you down. Probably it should have just been a class at this point. Dude, Clang D is having a terrible time today. You can't see because my face is covering it, but it's crashing non-stop. Kind of a pain in the ass. Come back, Clang D. Might move these all except for the constructor. This should save us a fair whack of time. Oops. Fair enough. Maybe I could put weapons into here as well then. Why does the clipboard fail so often on Windows 11? The mystery. Yeah, it's angry about this forward declaration. Honestly, I'm thinking maybe I just combine weapons into here. I think that's fine. Let's be honest. Pop that into active components. That's just fine. And then we can nuke this. You're configuring with preset Windows debug? Am I? Oh, I am. Huh. Am I Australian? No. I've lived in Australia for like 4 months. Does that make me Australian? I like Australia. It's very nice. Right. Everyone okay? What's everyone looking forward to doing this weekend? This stuff can be put into that CPP, I guess. Clang D, do your job. There's a lot of flies in Australia. Yeah, there's also a lot of good coffee. You know, like the modern coffee culture, it's very Australian. Like the whole flat white oat latte stuff. Sort of industrial building. All that shit. Action responder system. Buddy, you're gonna need an include. To actor components. Something like that. You're more op or procedural style? You mean object-oriented? Because this is a modern game engine. We're using entity component system. We're doing ECS, so I'm trying to keep stuff as non-OOP as possible. There's a few places where OOP is useful, but for the most part, this is pretty data-driven. Nice, for the most part, nice separation from data types and function types, and a lot of time's been spent thinking about how to efficiently store and move all this data around. I mean, object-oriented for game development is not a smart idea. You'll reach the limits of that pretty quick, unfortunately. It's fine, but you'll struggle making anything too complicated with it, I think. Why are you angry at me? Enemy behavior. Bam. Like OOP style or DOD? Data-oriented. I like data-oriented. I wouldn't say this is fully data-oriented. The project, when it was in the state it was 6 years ago, was purely data-oriented. Or as pure as I could do. So we had systems of structs, we had arrays of structs, and we were iterating over the arrays of structs to do stuff. So those structs would be the equivalent of our components in this case. You'd have structs with all the transforms in it, and structs with all of the sprites in it, and so on. Sorry, arrays with all the sprites in it, and so on. But this is ECS now, which is... I liked the data-driven way we were doing it before, but ECS is just beautiful. I think there's a good reason that everyone uses it. It's lovely. I'm just doing a little refactoring. My components file was getting fucking massive. Anytime I wanted to do anything in there, it was causing this massive recompile everywhere. Is it hard? I don't think ECS is too tricky. I shouldn't imagine it's too tricky, at least. Switch state. Oh, yeah, I guess so. Open data. You should have that. Oh, I guess you can just include data in the CPP file, right? Yeah. And then that means we don't have to care about a forward declaration missing the definition of that stuff. Nice. Yeah. Are you guys working on any projects yourself? I appreciate that the content you're watching on the screen right now is not the most interesting thing in the world, but it's got to be done, right? Every now and then you just got to spend a little bit of time refactoring. What I think. Oh dear. You in this case there should be dogs. Yeah, this might be okay actually. I think Entity Factory is in the same directory, isn't it? I have a lot of unused includes in this project. I should probably fix that in a few spots. When I see it, at least. Oops. There must be a way to just do this en masse, but it doesn't quite work. When you remove all hidden or unused includes, it sometimes removes it in places it's not needed. Have a pen. Thanks, buddy. I can show you the game again in a moment. I was just doing a little refactoring to make life a little easier. I just wanted to make a nice little thing. In our render HUD system, when you run low on ammo, it's not immediately obvious. You have to actually, like, look at it. So I was thinking, we could tint the text red or something if you're low. But how about this? We can say, I don't know. We could do it as a percent, but we could also just save it as more than 1. Something simple like that. Make things feel a little nicer. Hello, Cell. 3 AM. Good morning, buddy. Have you not been getting good sleep? I also fixed something that was annoying me yesterday. If you can hold tab now and it doesn't iterate over imgui anymore, which is really ticking me off. Also, I added... So I was doing a lot of work off stream, mind you. I added some new stuff to the dev menu. Let me make this a little bigger. I added some new stuff to the dev menu, so now you can just add levels programmatically. Well, you know, like a dev, like this. Add yourself a bunch of XP, see the levels scaling, that sort of thing. It's nice. And you can also just directly give yourself upgrades via this menu, which is nice to test. Not that the upgrades do anything yet, but that can be a job for today. Nice editor, thank you. There's all sorts going on. But yeah, now if we get low on shotgun ammo, it goes red. Maybe we can make it orange if it's on 1 bullet, and then red if it's on 0. How about that? So let's say... pop in color. And we can just do something nice and easy. If weapon.shot anything is 0, color is red. No need to overcomplicate something like this. Let's try and get a percent. Let's say 20% of remaining shots. Shots remaining... We have weapon data, right? We have weapon data shot. Bullets per shot. What was that? Magazine size. Multiplied by, I don't know. Let's say if you have less than 20% shots left, it goes orange, right? So if your shots remaining is less than 20% of your shots, something like that. You're a size T, you're going to be a float, right? So we can just cast that back. That's okay. It doesn't need to be super precise. It's just something nice for the HUD, isn't it? Narrowing from size T to float. Yeah, that's okay. That's just fine. Do you want me to narrow you back down to float first? In which case, that's a little annoying, but it's not the end of the world. Could probably pop this in a function somewhere, but this is okay. Let's say you have less than 20% left. Make it orange. Nice and easy. Thank you. Give your own days to your own engine. The tool menu is just imgui. IMGUI. It's a very common library. You'll see this in all sorts of ROM hacks, and I think Reshade uses it. It's a very common library. This thing. It's lovely. Very easy to use. Super recommend it. Let's see. So you shoot your gun. Bam, 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 bam. I'm just not going orange. I think the maths there was wrong. Hang on. Let's see. Shots remaining is less than magazine size times 0.2. Hang on a moment, that doesn't look too off. Maybe the way I'm casting it is incorrect. Let's use a gun with more ammo like the SMG. Oh, it does work, it's just maybe 20%'s a little... Yeah, wait, hang on. 4. Yeah, 20%'s just not that big of a number, so let's move it up. Let's say you have less than a third ammo. Something like that. Less than or equal to? Oh, yeah, that would be smart. Hey, Wolf. Slime keep. Less than or equal to is probably the smart way to do it. Yeah, the revolver, right now you have 1/6 of your ammo. It should be showing, so I'm fucking up my maths a little bit. Just double check this is right. Less than or equal to, fine. Shots remaining. The magazine size is 6. 0.3 of 6 is 2, so less than or equal to should fix that, I guess. I recommend learning C++. If it looks fun, or if your job asks for it, then yeah. It's a nice language. It's always relevant. Yes, especially if you're using Unreal Engine. Absolutely. Hang on a moment, I think my maths is still a little bit off. Switch back to the SMG. That kind of makes sense with the SMG. Hang on a hot minute. If the magazine... Let me just get my calculator out. I think I'm just looking at this wrong. Magazine size is 6. 6 multiplied by 0.33 is 1.98. Okay, so I should just round instead of cast directly. That would make sense, right? STD round, I thought. Something like that. And then... Oh, STD round still gives you a float, does it? Okay. Fine. Whee! That should mostly work. Why I made an engine? Because it's fun. Fun project. I like having control over what I'm doing. I think so. Yeah, okay, round was it. Round and less than or equal to. IMO, like a revolver with 2 shots is orange, 0 shots is red. That makes a lot of sense. Rocket launcher with 1 bullet is orange. Yeah, that's perfect, dude. SMG. Yeah, that's nice. What about the other stuff? Sniper rifle. Just go straight to red. That makes sense. Shotgun should be 2 left. Yep. And flamethrower. Perfect. It's just a nice little thing. A little quality of life. Oh. Oh, generate level isn't working. That's concerning. I think it's because it only works if you're in pause. Yeah, makes sense. Let me think for a second. I don't know if this will break stuff. It might. Let's see. This may break things. Oh, I should probably simply make it so you can't... Hang Hang on a moment. So you can't start the game if there's already a level generation started. This thing, future with start time. We normally erase that when the level generation is finished, so I can simply say, if registry, this thing. Instead of in place, we'll want to, check. If it contains, yeah. Come on now. So, if we're already generating a level, stop. Yeah, the assets are by myself too, as well. Thank you. I like pixel art. I'm still not the best at it, but I'm slowly getting better, right? I think it's not too shabby. I'm particularly proud of the player sprite. I think it's really cute. What was I doing? I completely forgot. I just did something. Oh, it was generate level wasn't working. There you go. Just generate a new level quickly. Wow. You want a nice long level? You can make a nice long level. Whee. Level with lots of tunnels, very long tunnels. How about that? Very nice. Whee. Give the enemies their guns. Very spooky. Nice menu. Yeah, the menu's awesome. We spent so long fucking around with shaders on the main menu. It's good fun. How exciting. I'm amazed that the frame rate is as good as it is considering what's going on here. There's a lot of walls being destroyed. Yeah, it's procedural generation. I'm pretty proud of it. Stop shooting me. So there's all sorts of things you can tweak with the level generation. There's tunnels, there's angles, there's radiuses, there's cycles. Make it go in a straight line if you want. I can make it mostly stay in the middle-ish. Turn off the enemies because they slow things down, obviously. Make it go in a completely straight line. The game's lagging because it's currently rendering like 1,000,000 tiles at once. The real game would not let you zoom out that far. Rendering... The game normally runs at like a resolution of like 1440p, so zooming out to like 8K is not what it was built for. Like this is not a typical scenario. And if and this is also in debug mode. If we build it in release, it actually kind of does run like this. So this is in debug mode, with all sorts of debug symbols turned on for every single thing you see on the screen. Every time you kill something, it spawns 1,000,000 particles and XP and weapons, and all of those things have debug symbols attached. And yeah, it's nice. The main menu is cool. I could genuinely sit here for like an hour and watch it. I don't know what it is. It's lovely. We spent a while fucking around with shaders to make this. Can you tell that the texture is a picture of my carpet from when I lived in London 10 years ago? It's really obvious, right? That this is a carpet? Right? I hope so. It's not. Well, it is a picture of my carpet, but it's not. I don't think it's obvious. We had one of those weird, like, black and white carpets with loads of spots to not make it obvious if it was dirty. So I thought it was a nice texture. I took a picture of it, photoshopped it a little bit, and then that's the baseline texture here. You can, of course, use any texture for the main menu. There's nothing stopping you. We were fucking around with it for quite a while. It was pretty nice using like the tile set for the game. That was fun. For example, I could pass in the entire sprite sheet for Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal. Because I've got that sitting in here, don't tell anyone. Data textures, GSC copy.png. I can just pass in the textures for Pokemon Crystal. This looks like that 10-year-old carpet from London that you once had. I know, right? Next game, by the way, yeah. So now the texture is the Pokemon Gold, Silver, Crystal thing. But like, now you can kind of see the shader effect, right? You can see how it's stretching and morphing and moving and blending and doing all sorts of weird gubbins. But you can kind of see like the Pokemon textures, right? It's funny. The joys of shaders. There's some other fun textures. I think like circles worked pretty well. Just circle.png, yeah. I think it's just circle.png. This looked cool. Yeah. These are circles. It is like a DVD screensaver, yeah. I wish I was good at shaders, because this is just trial and error and like random crap. But it looks cool, huh? And you just replace it back to the original one and bam. What was I doing? Oh, maybe we could implement some of those upgrades that I kept showing off. So we've got, last stream, yesterday, we added upgrades that you can get. So you see, bam, I just got a random upgrade. Let's actually implement the pick 3 menu. So, thank you. We had, where is it? Somewhere in here we had our concept. This thing. We had this lovely concept art, beautiful developer artwork. I hope you like it. Let's get this working. So when you level up, the game will pause. It will show you one of 3 things, and based on your vibes, you can be like, I think that one looks cool, and then you click it, and it makes your run even better. You're impressed the engine's good at shaders. I mean, it's just GLSL. It's very normal implementation. Have a look into LibDonut. There's a link in the description. It's a nice library. Name pending. He's trying to release version 3, but he hasn't got a good name for it yet. I'm sure you'll come to the stream later. Anyway, upgrades, right? Upgrades. So, this screen, I'm going to need a new game state. So, let's do it like this. Let's have level up. New game state, level up. Where am I using freeze frame normally? It's in here, freeze frame. Okay, we're gonna want some systems for this. And we don't want you holding tab during this menu, do we? Maybe you can hold tab in this menu. Yeah, choosing one of 3. It's not going to be weapons. It's upgrades. How am I? I'm all right, thank you. My back hurts a little bit, but I'm okay otherwise. So in this example, we've got an upgrade that'll make your reloads explode, one that'll make your bullets set stuff on fire, and one that will give you ammo back on kill. So these will be pretty easy to implement. That's why I picked them. Nice and basic to get started, because I've already got a rocket launcher. You just spawn an explosion on reload. I've got a flamethrower. You could just apply the inflamed component to bullets, and the reload thing, you know, it's not going to be particularly fancy. Oh, Nox. But that's for in a moment. We need to set up the game state for that first. do the picking. Did I not save? What's wrong, little guy? Oh. Alright, camera freeze. This is all okay. Do I not have a console command to update the game state? I have a feeling that I've just been doing go to, but I think I should have a like set game state. Because we will run out of variant space. I think you can only have 32 things in a variant. I don't know if that's actually true, but I thought it was. For now, we can just say level up. Show level up screen. Oh, show level up. Fine. We'll need to have that as a struct. That's fine. Save, system manager, so I've moved it in here now. I was doing this earlier. Go to main menu. Void show level up. And then we'll have a load level up systems as well. So we'll need to implement both of those. Something like this. Actually, what do I do on freeze frame? I normally just load it, don't I? Maybe just load level up systems is all we need then. So freeze frame systems. Pretty easy stuff, I think. I may want the action responder system. Or is that always there? Maybe use navigation system does its own navigation. I guess we'll see. In our render HUD system, normally when the game is paused, not render HUD? Game state equals... Oh, I guess that stuff's being drawn in pause. What do I call the pause navigation menu? Somewhere I'm drawing like a little screen when the game is paused, and I kind of wanted to reuse that somewhat. Game pause, reset menu, pause menu. Ah, here we go. So yeah, the pause menu does all this stuff. Title, etc. I'll need to do something else. That's okay. Render HUD system. What did I have here? Pick one. We can just use text for now until I can think of a decent graphic for your character leveling up. Pick one. Yeah, level up, pick one. That's easy enough for now. Doesn't need to be too fancy. So if it's not the main menu, normally we're showing like tab menus somewhere, that's just fine. We can copy some of this stuff. I'd like this to be on top of the select weapon screen, so if game state is level, well, game state level up. So if we're in the level up screen, then I would like to draw some text saying level up. You leveled up, bruh. Level up. Another one. Pick one. In all caps. Position can be... Oh, good tune. Let's say center... Const auto center is... How do I want to calculate this? I think it's tab... No, it's playable space. Oh, it's just playable center X. Color can be white. Pass. I don't remember if I had new line working. Manager. Mind the kitchen. Sure. Why not? Hi, Krypton. Oh, I guess it just be playable center. Oh, the Y should actually be playable size dot Y minus, I don't know, some amount. Fine. What's wrong, little guy? Fair enough. Level up, pick one. Choose. Easy game. I probably also want this big black rectangle over everything. This thing. And then we'll need to work out what upgrades you're having to pick from, but for now, let's just say... Actually, maybe I'd make them entities. That'd be funny. Entities you click on. Yeah, actually that might work. So if you level up, the game will brick. That's what I've just written. I've made a brick. Let's see if that's true. So, if I kill this guy, the game should brick with a black overlay. Did not. Because I haven't set off my console command yet. I should do that. Let me think. Collision system level up. Looks good, huh? So if you somehow nuke some enemy that gives you like 1 trillion XP at once and you level up twice, which is unlikely, but maybe it could happen. Theoretically, I could deal with that. So in my system manager, we got show level up. We should store. We should store that somewhere. Number of upgrades to provide. Instead of show level up, I'm going to call this level up. Hope that doesn't crash if it already exists. Oh, why did I give you a capital L? That's stupid. That should work. Okay. Let me think. This should work now. So I think I've now added a brick, which is the point. When I get enough XP to level up, the game should basically freeze with a black screen and say, pick one, like choose or whatever. Wow. Isn't that amazing? So this is where you'd provide 3 options. You actually can't also hit the pause screen, which is funny. But you should be able to hit tab. No, because I haven't got the other system. Let me think. Level up system could be its own thing. What happens if I put the action responder system in? Oh. Does the game function? Could obviously just hit the level up button, but it's more fun to eviscerate something. Yeah, still works. Obviously you can't do anything with your character. You can switch weapons. That's funny. Yeah, loads of stuff won't update, obviously. Yeah, I basically wanted you to still be able to hold tab to see your stats if you wanted to. I think that's important. Like, I've already got explosive reload. Nice. Can't escape though. Yeah, this will need a little work, but that's okay for now. I'm trying to work out how I want to do the upgrades. If I want them to just be entities that spawn that you can click on, or if I want, which might be easy enough, or if I want to write my whole own like button thing, which doesn't exist yet. I'm kind of thinking like why reinvent the wheel? I simply need to add a component called like can be clicked on. Clickable. And then you'll need a collision, I guess. And then I'll want in systems manager here. We're going to load a bunch of systems, update the game state. And then we'll want this won't happen. This happens in, I guess, tick, right? So it should be okay to say let's just hard code it for now. SRARC. Hello. Yeah, let's just do something easy first. Let's say first position can be something like, I don't know. This is why it confuses me, because Y in Aspirate, the top left is 1. Let's say X is 32, Y is height divided by 75 or something. getting something together first. Spawn, upgrade. And we'll just make it pick a... Should have a... Let's do this. Oops. Make them all equal for now. How do I want to do this? I guess it's just divide. Hang on, I think I'm being dumb. Oh, I guess I can just let the entity factory handle it. Music's a little spooky in it. I guess it'll be from the bottom left, so I should probably spawn it from a further down position. Yeah, 64 might be okay. 96. Okay. That should be fun. Hello, Stada, 007J. Give you some advice. Go to your lessons. If you skip lessons, you won't learn, and do all your homework. You get better at programming the more you do it. So do as much as you can, and you'll improve faster than everyone else. And even if something seems boring, it's probably still important. You might not feel it now, but in 10 years' time you'll think, thank God, I had a basic module on XYZ. Hello, Tom. Hello. Need help? No, I'm doing okay, thank you. Is this the syntax? The syntax to this I don't fully remember. Let me check CPP ref. SDL, yeah. Have a look in the description. There should be all the information you need. I'm on CPP ref. I'm just having a look at STD variant alternative. Provides compile time indexed access to the types of alternatives that oh, it's not the other way around though, is it? I guess for now we can just say index is 1. 0. I mean 0. Well, might be a pain. Let's see. So what we should see is 3. We should basically see the game freeze, and then we should see this sprite drawn 3 times with a gap of some amount. Let's see how it looks. Variant syntax always baffles me a bit. Are you enjoying your computer science course, dude? Let's see. Choose. They're not being rendered. Why is that? The... Hang on a moment. The entity has a transform. Oh, I forgot to apply the sprite. That's obvious. It won't have an animation though. I guess I can just give it the sequence. I don't need to create a sprite. I can just construct a solo animation instead. That works. Animation. Idle. Alright, that should do that. The game is sick. Hey, thank you. Not bad. Yeah, we're working on upgrades today. So choose. It's still not drawing. Let me think for a moment why that might be. The entity has a transform and an animation. That should be all I need. Maybe... Maybe it's not at the right position? Let's have a look. Bam, 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 bam. So the start position is 32 by 48, which is on screen. Or is it? Ah, yeah, I guess I've been stupid here. This is an entity in the world, so this is spawning at world position 3248, not screen position. I'll need to do this a different way. That's okay. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I just need the loot quickly. Hello, I had some thoughts. I shouldn't be using transform for this because that implies world position. I should either have a new thing called screen position or... in this case, just pop that into clickable. So we have clickbox. We can also just have a vec2 called screen position. Easy, right? Rectangle front. And then don't need that anymore. The box needs to be a rectangle front. Something like this should work. What's the game you're developing? You can find all the information in the description. Oh, I guess a rectangle implies position as well. Even easier. So, dot size is this, and dot position is start position. Easy. Can I not use a vec2 for this? I guess not. Thought I could. Why using vec3s if your game's 2D? Because it's 3D. It looks 2D though, doesn't it? We just use 3D coordinates for depth. It's nice. It's a really nice shorthand for having things above or below other things. Hello, Yeet. You're welcome to. Oh, it's Shriam. Shriam. You want to be in my game? Might be cheeky here. Great. Should just be able to do that, I thought. I kind of thought I wouldn't need that syntax. Maybe double brackets would work. You think? Sometimes double brackets comes to the rescue at the weirdest of times. I hate some. I just think this is ugly. Fun. Whatever. There's definitely a nicer way to do this. But for now, if it works, it works. So, if we move the equals, it would be better looking. Oh, I mean, I can do this if you want. Sure. That is more correct. Maybe then I don't need... Maybe the equals was the evil there. I know equals... Yeah, there we go. That works. Good thought. Yeah, I'm aware of there being some... Well, not some. I know the standard is to use curly brace initialization. I thought that's because it was more strict. so I'm surprised that this worked there. Because the idea is if you use curly brace initialization, you can't accidentally, like, call a function, or... it doesn't let you cast things by accident. Like, if you use equals, I'm pretty sure you can initialize a float with an int, but if you use curly braces, you can't, right? How long have I been working on this? About 6 years. Yeah. Alright, so, we've now got this clickable thing. If I go to my HUD system... Level up. There we go. And we want to iterate over all clickable elements. This should work. So we're actually going to want, instead of cursor sprite, we're going to want clickable. So for every element that's clickable with a sprite, while we're leveling up, and in fact, this doesn't have to be while leveling up, we can just pop this wherever. We'll want it at the bottom though, I guess, so... Well, for now, in level up's fine, because I specifically want this to be underneath the tab screen. We simply want to draw a rectangle behind it, and then the sprite itself. Let's see, position can be, or what, clickbox.position. Man, I do kind of go back and forth on this equals and the curly brace syntax, huh? I should normalize my usage of this. I should always default to curly. Sorry. Bad coding examples. Yikes. Anywho, position, clickbox, size, tint color. What did I use in my sample? We had like a color, like green. We'll go with that. We do color, we can do black. Then we can do green, and then we can say const auto padding is, I don't know how big padding is here, 4, something like that. Oh, I'm typing too quick, I'm making mistakes. Something like that. Work. And then the sprite ID should be fine. Box is fine. Origin is bottom left. Tint color white. That might work. You would use initializer list to see you're assigning a variable wrong. You see it when you're coding. Yeah, I tend to try to use Oh, you just mean in like constructors with initializer list. I try not to use the equals syntax. As an old project, I was newer to C++, obviously. Traces around scalar initializer. Yeah, okay, I went loud for everything. But, I've learned so much since starting this project, you know? You know how this stuff goes on. 6 years is a long time. I try to improve things when I see it, but naturally, you know... It's a big project, huh? I'll fix everything. Hey, look, there's stuff. Padding needs to be, oh, the size needs to be padding divided by 2, obviously. The clickbox I actually wanted to be a little bit bigger, don't I? That's nice. So I actually wanted the clickbox to be, I guess, 42 by 42. Or the size of the background behind it. So let's say padding is 4. So we want to draw this position minus padding. Size is padding times 2. That would make this 42. What did I really do in this example? Hang on. This whole rectangle is 42. The inner size is 32. Oh, I actually did just make this like that. Okay, fine. That should work. And then in my systems manager, we want the X to actually only go up by 48. I don't know. Don't want to super min-max this now. We got to get the click boxes working first. Looks all right. Obviously, I should be calculating this. Create the window and the render at the same time or separately. Create the window and render it at the same time or separately. What do you mean? Exactly. Cursor should definitely be on top of this screen, by the way. Increase the padding just a touch. D6. I don't know. I shouldn't spend too long really thinking about this sort of thing. Listening to a custom playlist. Yeah. As long as you're making the window and the render at the same time for SDO, you just create the window and then a renderer. Oh, I'm delegating the work for that to the LibDonut library. There's a link in the description for it. My entry point is... yeah. I have not manually doing the SDL stuff. I'm using LibDonut for that stuff. There's a link in the description if you want to read up on it. It's a nice library. Let me think. So we're drawing a clickable box on the screen somewhere. I wanted the cursor to be on top of it, right? Should extract this stuff. Got experience stuff, we got health stuff. We got inventory stuff. You don't need to be in the inventory. So I can actually have you under everything, which makes life just a tad easier. That should work. Let me think. I think clickable things should have a... something like that. I think balls probably default to false anyway, but why not be explicit? So let's see. This will do for now. Until we get something fancier. Something like that'll do. So now in our action responder system, maybe? Somewhere in here I think I'm doing mouse. Am I not? I'm not. Mouse position I'm capturing in some places. Local player.get relative mouse position. What am I doing in game when I'm drawing some stuff in ImGUI? I think I'm directly getting the mouse event, aren't I? That's a bit much. I would just like... where did I put it? I think near the bottom here, we're drawing the mouse position on screen. It's this. It's this. Ah, local player.get mouse position. I just store it in there, and I think this is updated on update, right? I could handle that in the render HUD system, I think. Or no, I probably want to do that in action responder system. You don't know what I'm doing, but it's relaxing. Oh, thank you. I'm basically making a button. I'm making a button. It's on the screen somewhere, it has a size, I want the mouse to go over it, and you can click. That's about as fancy as it gets. So, I'm going to pop that in action responder system. I'm going to iterate over all clickable objects. I don't know if I need to floor it. I don't think so. Let's extract that. So, that should be okay, right? Oh, doesn't work with const. Is this not const? Oh, no, it's not. Maybe? Oh, okay. Thank you, Fatima. Did you make the rectangle parts of the donut lib? Part of the donut lib. It's very handy. It has a lot of drawing stuff, which when I started this project in COVID, I could not be asked to do. I mean, we talked about it a lot. Like, if I started again now, I probably would try and write my own, but at the time we started, I wasn't so confident in my C++. And I didn't want to sit there for a year during COVID streaming myself reading the OpenGL docs. So I delegated off to his library. But, where is it? It's in here, right? Oh, whatever. It should be in bins somewhere. Where do dependencies get cached? Depths? Oh, here we go. Graphics. So all of these lovely textures and rectangles and stuff, he's handled in his library. So drawing to me is, I'm guessing it's, I've never used Raylib, but I'm guessing it's as simple as something like Raylib. I just say I have a texture at this, you know, with these arguments, this position, or so on and so forth. Please draw it. And he handles the rendering for me. all of this OpenGL stuff. It's very nice. I think I'd still struggle to write this now. I'd really need to sit down and look at... spend a very long time, I think, writing an equivalent of this. What's the best way to improve? To use it. And to challenge yourself. If you find something tricky and you don't understand it, look it up. Uni forced the habit. Really? They force you to use it at uni? I thought they'd make you learn. I guess you need to learn how to use it. Do they give you access to LLMs, or do you have to pay for your own subscription? At university, I should say. Right. So, let's grab everything that's clickable. So for every entity that is clickable, I probably don't need to have this excluding respawning thing everywhere, let's be real. When the game freezes, we should definitely stop the screen from moving around. Anyway, for every clickable entity, I'm pretty sure I have a, what do I call it? Intersect. I have a box. Should have a. I think his library even has an intersects, right? Donut intersects? There should be a way to have an intersection between a clickable rectangle and a vec2. I'm hoping. Maybe not. Sphere against rectangle, box against rectangle. There should be a point against rectangle, I think. Maybe it goes into the first argument. If not, I can just write it myself. They burden students with a lot of coding projects in the early semesters. Did you not need to do that? Because I mean, I did programming at university. That's how I learned. You had no prior coding experience. Do you feel like you missed the point? Like, if you went from having no experience to being asked to do it, that's your opportunity to start learning, I'd have thought. That's what I did. And everyone before about 2 years ago. I guess I could just make it an infinitely small circle. I would have thought, I mean, a point intersect is not hard. It's literally just checking less than, larger than. I can just do that. I just kind of thought there might be one. There must be like contains. I think there's contains, right? Maybe it's even on the rectangle. Yeah, contains point. There you go. I knew there'd be something like that. So, if it contains, then entity... Oh, sorry. Clickable dot... Oh, even easier. Clickable dot is Harvard equals this. And then I also need to handle left click. I guess attack. And then that can be simplified to this. That should do it, I think. Not that I think we'd be able to see it, but if it's clicked, but it could be something as simple as this. Something like that. Refrain from using nested conditional operator? No, that's okay. It's a weird warning. I'm definitely doing that somewhere else. How have you been, or how have you enjoyed your university, Fatima? Have you finished now, or are you still studying? Let's see. So if I kill them, it should pause the screen and I should be able to hover over them. And then that's not working. Let's just make sure that's the bit that's... Okay. Mouse position is off screen. Click box. Interesting. This should be working. If it's clicked, then make it yellow. It's not happening. Otherwise, if it's hovered, white, otherwise black. Here we go. So the clickable in this case is not hovered or clicked, apparently. What about the next one? No? Okay. That's odd. Let me check in here. Mouse position's off screen. Hang on. Mouse position is -3.3. That's still the case? No, it's way off though. Hang on a moment. Mouse position doesn't seem to be quite doing what I want. You weren't dependent first, you wanted to learn, but you started using it more and developed a habit. A good time to break the habit. You'll only get better at something if you do it. If you want to improve at thinking for yourself, it's just something you'll have to do, unfortunately. You finished your 4th semester. Have you been enjoying yourself? I liked computer science. I think I do draw the mouse position on the screen. I should have a look at it and compare. Somewhere I thought I drew it. I'm drawing screen center. I should just draw mouse position. Hang on a moment. Mouse position. This won't work. Let's do... Why am I like this? And you're a float, right? Yeah. That should be fine. Mouse position, pop that in. Now we can see what the mouse position is. And then might help with debugging a little bit. Which game is it? It's this. Have a look in the description. I'm just trying to make the level up screen work. Oh, mouse position's in tiles. Okay, that explains that. Okay, that's not what I want. I'm using the wrong thing then. Let me think. That's fine. Local player mouse position. This thing. Maybe just local player dot last known mouse position. I think that might be on screen. Input manager get mouse position. Yeah, okay, local player last known mouse position is what I want. Instead of get mouse position, I want last known mouse position. Fine, let's do it like this. I don't know if that extra check's necessary. This may be the solution I was looking for. Oh, pointer. Or dereference it, doesn't really matter. Fine, and then in my action responder system, mouse position should actually be last known mouse position. Whee! Call this mouse screen position. That might work. Yeah, the mouse position thing is way off, by the way. Yeah, it's... Okay, the hovering's kind of working now. And the clicking totally works, but the scaling's way off. I need to scale this to the screen size, obviously. Yeah, because the game's actually running in like 1440p, so this top left here. We can fix that. So instead of get mouse position, I also want to have get mouse screen position. Get mouse position can become get mouse world position, I think. Oh, get relative mouse position. No, that's not it. Whatever. Get mouse screen position. I think I just don't divide by tile size. And then I could just get world position and divided by? No. I think I don't need view offset. I think it's just screen coordinates I need here. Is that right? That might work. And then I just need to check this stuff. So instead of optional, I'm gonna want this is easy enough. That should work, I hope. Let's see. Now if this works, then maybe I can actually make it so you can click on the main menu options instead of having to use the keyboard. It's nice to have the keyboard input for this stuff just because if we want controller support. Git maxes. Calling me a git? You're not a mercurial guy? Yeah, works. Oh, within the actual click box. I guess the click box could just be bigger. I think you should be able to click on the border, right? The image should just be at a padding. Alright, well, it's good enough for developer art, isn't it? Also, this is not playable space center. This is, you are not being centered, I choose. Whatever. Hello ATNM. Hello Munch. Fine, this'll do for now. We don't need to make it too fancy. Actually, hang on. System manager. This will fix itself. Or am I doing the upgrade stuff? Yeah. You I need to disable. Readability avoid nested conditional operator. This is readable, dude. Clang tidy. And then how do you disable it again? Minus, right? I think it's just that. Clang D, restart. Hello. I've never played Roblox in my life, Mr. Cat Industries. Or do you mean the other guy in chat? I guess you're talking amongst yourselves. You is a difficult thing to read in a chat. Alright. The first rectangle is going to be drawn at the position. The next one's going to be drawn at the position plus like a really small amount. And then the next one is going to be drawn at position plus adding. Is Roblox done in Lua? Like if you make games in Roblox? Or does it have its own like separate level editor and stuff? How does it work? Because people have made like clones of Team Fortress and stuff in Roblox, right? It's like Gary's mod. Look, we can also just level up by just going in here and hitting add a level. It doesn't trigger the add a level thing. That makes sense. Here we go. Wowzers trousers. Ain't that cool. The padding should be doubled for your size, shouldn't it? You don't use a Roblox script editor, you use Rojo and Visual Studio. Cool. That's quite fancy. Alright, let's spawn them lower down and fix the XY issue. Should just calculate this, shouldn't I? Const auto center equal center y is, let's see, playable size dot y plus upgrade size y. Wow, one thing, isn't it? It's a square. And it's that all divided by half. So that should do that. That's not right. Yeah, this might be good enough. That might work. Now I need to work out why that text wasn't centering. You. I thought you have centered X is true. Or you're not actually being centered? If I make this false, does it go even more to the right? I might just want to use my own font for this, I don't know. The center X doesn't actually seem to do anything on this. Anyway, the starting a third of the way through the playable space starts you here. But we actually need to add the size of all three of them together plus the padding to get what we actually want. So it should be X plus upgrade sprite size plus upgrade sprites padding. So it's this stuff multiplied by 3. That's a third of that. Hey Donut. Hey Lavender. I'm working on my level up screen when the game freezes, like not freezes, but when you level up and it pauses for a moment. That's the idea at least. Just something simple. Hey Donut. I did a bunch of refactoring stuff earlier today. I did a lot of tidying up. So this isn't going to make a massive deal, but I moved... hang on, let me pause the game for a second. I moved some components out of the main components folder and put them in their own spot. Helps a little bit. But in particular, I put a bunch of stuff into the source files. That should help. I did refactor the console commands. I realized that most of the console commands are only happening in Systems Manager, so I just moved them directly to being handled in Systems Manager tick, because that's what they were basically doing anyway. Handful of exceptions that I need to find a better solution for. The Systems Manager is holding on to a const reference to game, so I'd like a nicer way to handle this. Maybe I could just make it a non-const ref, so I can just directly tell game to quit. Quit is part of your library, so I can't override this. I guess I could, in a sense, but no. Why not make the reference non-cox? I could. I just couldn't remember if there was a good reason for it not to be, so this was just a cheap, cheerful little thing. But the main refactor was all this, so all the stuff is just directly happening in Systems Manager now. It's nice and simple. So game is a little bit leaner. All this stuff got yanked out. I deleted all of these temporary buffers that we were using. They don't need to exist anymore. There's some handful of new console commands now for adjusting leveling up and whatnot. I've been working on upgrade stuff today. Oh, I also fixed something that was really ticking me off. There's a flag for ImGUI to stop tab from auto-cycling, which was really just annoying. It would just do it at lightning speed. I would never use it. And it actually just stopped me from using tab, the menu in my game, until I quit. And then I'd have to hit F1, and if I'd already hit tab, it'd blah, 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 blah. Messy. So this is nice. ImGUI no longer interferes with my tab screen. And I added some new stuff to the ImGUI screen for debugging levels. There's that chunk of code I'm still not happy with, and I would like a nice solution for. But that's for another time, perhaps. Just a variety of things here and there. Cleaned up some missing things. I've just been working on the upgrade screen. Yep. Some good work, I think. Kind of need to remember what I was doing, though. Oh yeah, this text didn't seem to be centered, actually. Why is that? Oh. It doesn't change the... Oh, it should change the origin to the center. That's weird. Alright, for some reason the choose text is not actually being centered the way I want it to be, but... Problem for another day. How have you been doing it? Yeah, I've basically just done a lot of nice cleanup. Here and there I've been trying to replace or clean up some code. cowboy coding, whatever. Don't know how I feel about the word cowboy coding, but you get the idea, right? So yeah, look, there's some stuff in here so I could just directly apply upgrades and stuff. Very nice. Saves a little bit of effort. You can also like directly give yourself XP and stuff. Did you move the command handling to take break anything? Yes, it did, and I fixed it. It broke like level. It broke like switching around and stuff. It was easy enough to fix. There were a few spaces that was expecting things to happen on the next update, but most things were happening on tick. I apparently never actually had a guard to stop you from trying to trigger the lever generator if it's already there. So when you hit start game, it would actually trigger the level generator like 4,000 times. So that's fixed now. Anyway, let's have a look at this level up screen, huh? Way off the side. But look, I've got click boxes down. I've made little buttons. This is nice. Yeah, this choose should be centered. It looks like the left of it's being centered, but the origin should be 0.5. So I should expect this to be shifted back to half. And I'm not sure why it's not working. So I'm pretty sure I used the same stuff on the main menu. It looks centered to the whole window. It should be centered to playable space. Oh, hang on. Screen center X. Okay, yeah, that explains it then. It ignores the position then in centered X. That's annoying. Okay, good catch. Yeah, I saw that earlier and I thought, oh, it looks centered to the screen, but I saw that I was passing in playable center X. That's annoying. Well, only in this sense. I can fix that easily enough. Let me think. Centered X should probably not do that. Just in general. I think I only care about that. So let's see what breaks. I imagine there's some places where I've just not set the position at all and I was just relying on that. Chat, are you being mean to each other in youtube.com? Oh yeah, look, there's everywhere. I was just relying on that. So I can fix that now. I hope you're not being mean to each other, chat. You know what happens to those that are mean on the internet? They get fed to the lions. This is clearly not doing quite what I want. I should probably move around the way the level upgrade stuff happens. There we go. Yeah, look, that's centered properly now. Alright, nice. That was probably causing me problems in other spaces too. Interesting thought. Okay. Let's fix one thing at a time. Systems manager, when you're spawning this thing in. This isn't quite right, whatever I've done here. The idea was to get the size that a sprite would take up, plus its padding, multiply that by 3, and then add that to the playable size, and then divide that by a third. But I think that's not quite right. I think I actually need the playable size divided by a third. Like that. I would have thought actually that would just be it. But that wasn't working earlier for some reason. Playable size.x multiplied by 0.3 should work, I think. Oh no, because it tilted everything a bit to the right. We need to add in the padding on whatever. Who gives a shit? It's good enough. Everywhere I'm doing draw text, and I was previously passing in centered is true. Hello? Oh, bug. Okay. Fence post error. Yeah. I think what I'm doing now with my centering is... That's bright, sorry. Be nice to each other, chat. Hello, Anch. I have this space here. I ideally want them to be centered within this space, like this. By dividing this whole thing in thirds, you get something like this. So my start position actually ends up being, there are 3 items where 2 gets exactly. So I'm telling it to start here. Which is why I thought that I wanted to actually work out the size as being this amount plus the space that these 3 take up, so like that, and then divide that by a third, which was getting me this, which was pushing it way off the side. So what I actually want is... What do you do competitive programming? I don't. I want the values for here, here, and here. Is that just divided by 4? That can't be right. I feel like I need to take into account the size of this thing plus its padding on both sides, don't I? So it's actually like they're taking up this space. So I need to work out a third, that size divided by a third. And then that fitting into the screen. So that it would be this size. The total playable size minus that divided by 2 or something. I don't know. Also, hi Yash. Anyway, I'll solve that in a second. I want to fix this draw centered X thing first. Is there an easy way to see? It's probably just all in these name entry various places. Yeah, I've just put it like X is 0, centered true. Let's just say screen center X. That should do. That will be nice and easy. Probably going to be the case in most of these places, I think. Screen center X. I was already passing it in here. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, this is a slightly old spot, isn't it? Well, I hope you guys are all having nice plans for the weekend. You gonna do anything fun? Go to a cafe or something, or chill? I don't know. What do you guys normally do on the weekend? What are you talking about? Chat was talking amongst themselves, but I feel like they were bullying each other. It's hard to tell on the internet. I feel like I need to like punch someone in the chat, but maybe I'll get in trouble for that. Let's see. Draw text. False, false. That's fine. Music's nice. I'm also just quickly fixing... I realized I had a problem with how I was doing screen center X. It was kind of annoying. There we go. What? Hey, Bowser. Do I do competitive programming? No, I don't. Did you not ask earlier? No, you did. I said no. Still no. Elgato? I've got an Elgato green screen I don't use anymore. Hello, Lunatic. Free Gunmetal era spy vids. Yo, that was a while ago. How are you 10 years later? How's life hitting you? Alright. That looks good. And if I go back to the main menu, everything should be centered. Ah, save and quit on name entry isn't. Bah. Ah. There we go. Is it hard to make games in C++? It's a big toolkit. It's easy to get overwhelmed. They're using YouTube chat as a Reddit thread, yeah. You just graduated uni, you were probably 11 watching them, damn. Congrats on graduating, and that's quite the thing to hear. Someone watching me has gone from being like a preteen to graduating university in the amount of time since I made TF2 videos. What a thought. Well, congrats on graduating. What did you do? Computer science or something else? You were in uni when you first joined stream. You were. You were, Bowser. I started streaming when I was like, what, 2013, right? That was a while ago. I'm a little older now. Yes, that's why the stream popped up. Yeah, that must be crazy. You were just on YouTube and you were like, I remember that name. Didn't you used to use like the Dead Ringer? Why are you doing font buffering? Like, should I just kick this guy? I'm in a timeout for 1 minute. You've been put in a timeout for 1 minute, my Roblox developer friend. Please be kind to each other on the internet. There's enough nastiness in the world without people adding to it. Of course, you're welcome to add to it, just not here. How did you get into graphics programming? I also think it's interesting. I also think it's hard to get into. I can't really give you good advice other than that I also think it's fun, and I just gave it a go. I would by no means say I'm a graphics programmer, though. I'm pretty bad at it. I have a very basic knowledge, but I hope over this project to continue to get better at it. We have some basic shaders obviously going on here. I'd like to have some like dithering shaders, some sort of basic lighting, maybe some sort of I don't know, rim highlights and stuff. I don't know. I think we'll have some fun with it. Alright, let me fix this. Which is the best for game dev? Linux is a good platform for game dev, but I'm using Windows just fine. Okay, let me think of the maths for a second, sorry. The position of the left thing here is based on... what did I say? You need to decide how much space on screen that thing takes without the offset. So it would be like this. So it would be all of the things added together divided by 3, and then you take that away from the screen size divided by 2. I think something like that. Let's have a look. There might be some really easy maths for this that I'm missing. I'm sorry. So he said the size of them divided by 3. They're left by the combined item width. I think there's a few ways to do this. Let's say const auto upgrade sprite width is this. So this is the amount of space that it takes up. All widths equals this multiplied by 3. So that's the amount of space that all of them take up. The X should be the playable Bison Wolf. The playable size X minus all... Oh. Hang on a moment. Alright, Donut. I'm going to try and solve this myself. Because it's fun. Let's think. I don't know if I need all widths. I think just... Hang on a moment. Playable size... minus all widths multiplied by 0.5. That's actually the padding, I think, because that's the whole width minus all 3 of them and then that last space halved. So it might even just be that, maybe. I don't know, I might be off on that. You have a Minecraft beta series, is it ongoing? It is ongoing. I think it's my most recent video, but I just got old. I don't know, like sometimes I... Oh, that's way off. Sometimes I just take a long time between episodes. Sorry about that. The playable size X should be that. All widths is... should be the padding times 2, actually. That should be like that. So this is the amount of space that that takes up. This is the amount of space that all of them take up. You should be in a brackets like that. Hello, Duck. The Minecraft beta series is good. I think people like it. Is memory management as bad as they say in C++? It's only possible in C++. It's very good. Alright, look, we're nearly there. You can't do the memory management like C++ in other languages. It's very unique to the language. It's one of the reasons that it's so good for game dev. It's usually just the fastest way to do something. This is not Raylib. Hello, Anish. How are you? Anyway, this is just a little bit off. It's not that unique. It's pretty unique. Compared to the languages most people use, if you're using Swift or Kotlin or TypeScript or Python, having access to pointers is pretty unique. Having access to decide if you want to move something with as a value or as a reference or whatever. It's a good tool set for a popular language. It's different to something like Java, where the language basically enforces it on you. How valuable do you find OOP? I don't use OOP for this, really. I would not use OOP for game dev, really. Not a smart idea. Would you see myself doing this in C? No. I don't see the point. I think C is a cool language, but I don't see the point. For this, I genuinely don't see the point. Other than as a challenge. And I'm challenged enough, huh? You're hooked. Bare metal, what are you doing? I don't know, I think... Yeah, depends what you count as OOP. I think when people think about OOP, they're largely thinking about like inheritance and stuff, right? Obviously there's different things involved in OOP. Yeah, we've got a bit of encapsulation. Like, I'm using inheritance. I'm using classes, blah, 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 blah. But I'm not... My program's not full of, like, decorators and... my dog is not a animal and inherits the ability to walk, but then overrides the tail wag function or whatever. It's not orientated about it. I have objects.
Don't forget,
yeah.
I'm here forever.
Thanks, Bowser. Thanks for the 97 months. My opinion on Linux. Cool. Nice operating system. If only my programs I want to use were supported on it. It's nice. If you don't use Windows applications and then Linux supports it, then they're nice. Yeah, I know what an STM32 is. By ST, the company ST. You're trying to figure out the register's manipulation using C and low-level architecture. Cool. I do embedded programming, so I'm aware of the STM platform. That's cool. Nice work. Are you planning on doing anything with the chip? Are you gonna chuck a temperature sensor in there and let it blink a light if your room's too hot, or you're just messing around with embedded? That's very cool. Okay. What was I doing? I got confused. Oh, my maths is off. Who'd have thought? So let me think a little bit further. The width of all of them added together. You take that away from the playable space, and you're left with this. You halve that, and you're provided this. But I guess that's not quite correct. I kind of thought that would be. You're learning the basics and jumping right in. Hell yeah, buddy. Got an MPU 6050. Let's see where this goes. What's this? Tinytronics sells it. €8.75. This is an accelerometer and a gyroscope. Oh. Hobbyelectronica.nl sells it. €5. It's a 3-axis gyro and a 3-axis acceleration sensor. That's really cool. I love how cheap microelectronics are. Like, it's insane looking at this and thinking that's a $5. That's cool. I'll find some new music. I'm pretty sure Enter Mangaku is gives you copyright strikes if you listen to it. Give me some Toho. Alright. You had the right idea, it's kind of in the wrong order. Yeah, let's have a look. So, this is the sprite width. It's the size of the sprite plus the padding multiplied by 2. I think that is correct. That's the whole width it takes up. This is C++20, yeah. All of the widths is multiplied by 3, so that's all of them stacked together. And then I would have thought the start padding was the whole width of this playable space, and then you take away all 3 of those, and then you halve it. I still think that might be right, assuming we're drawing from the bottom left. But this is clearly not quite right. It's in the wrong order. Let me have a look at it visually. Maybe I can just tell a bit easier if I stare at it for a second. The multiplied by 3 is in the wrong place. Is it? Is it? Because it's the size of space that the sprite plus padding takes up. Which I would have thought, right? It is. It's this space multiplied by 3. What's wrong with it? All widths. I mean, it's clearly wrong, but I can't tell at a glance. I think learning game development is fun as a hobby. It's famously a terrible job. It's not a good industry to get into as a new graduate. I'm trying to work out how much this is off by. Because the space that I'm adding up is this, right? So it's the space... Oh wait, maybe the padding is wrong. Sprite size times 3 plus gap times 2. Is that true? But we're also multiplying the gap times 3. Because the size of the sprite is the size of the sprite and the padding around it. I think the padding around it might also be wrong. I think I'm not using this properly. Because this is the total width of the thing. It's right? You understand? Like, there's an invisible padding is literally what it is. But there is padding around it. C++ is nothing like JavaScript. There's padding around it. So I think this is nearly it. I just need to have a look at my render HUD and make sure I'm actually, hang on. This is wrong as well. The offset X is incorrect. Hang on a moment. I need to fix this. Should be added like this. That might work. Sorry, maybe I should say margin, if you remember HTML. I think HTML has margin. Let's just see if this fixes it. Yeah, that's correct. Ish. No, padding, margin, whatever is not correct. They matter. Margin's the space around it. Padding is the space within it. That's very important. The sprite size, in this case, is sprite size. There's padding within the click box. But there should also be a margin outside, and that margin is not being calculated right now. Yeah. It's important. But I'm not calculating that right now, so we should add that. Let's just say this is called margin. Did I make the animation match the pixel grid? What do you mean, sorry? I've done it. Perfect. Is the Y actually correct? I have a feeling it's maybe not. Maybe it is. Maybe the Y... I think the Y is actually like the global Y. Hang on, I can just put this in paint and have a look. This looks good, right? Good enough, at least. Let's see. The space here should be roughly equal to the space down here. It's off by a little bit, actually. That's interesting. I'd say it's off by padding or margin. So I should fix that. Let's see. Playable sprite size plus... Yeah, because you have your padding, don't you? Let's try that and see if that looks better. Because width, height, whatever, it's a square. It's not quite centered. Look at the sides. I'll have a look in a second. Look at this gun. The pixel should never rotate if you want the art to be authentic. Oh, you're complaining about that. Okay, fair enough. Oh yeah, there's a bit more space on this side. Yeah, that's a stylistic choice. There's a few of them. The game also doesn't force your resolution to actually be 1440p. There's choices that have been made. Don't need it to be like that. It should actually be plus margin. Alright, that's that. And now I suspect that the X is off by a little bit, perhaps by margin. Am I trying to make that? I'm trying to make the game that I'm trying to make. Do you not like it? I like it. The rotation is programmatic. I could certainly render the game at a much lower resolution or write a shader that does this rotation but it aligns everything to a pixel perfect grid. Doing margin multiplied by 4, yeah. Let's see. I think the Y might be still off a little, just by a touch. Hang on just a moment. Let's have a look. So, the Y is perfect now. And I think the X thing on the right is twice as much as the thing on the left. It's not, it's off by a margin size. So let's have a look. Sprite padding, margin. Yeah, this is by 4. That's correct. No, that's not wrong, Donut. This is correct. Because the sprite size is the size of the sprite. And then there's a little padding, which is you can see as the green space surrounding it. And then there's a further margin outside. Margin and padding are the same 4 pixels or whatever. So the amount of space that it takes up on the screen is equal to the sprite size and the padding times 4. That is correct. What isn't correct is something else. So I need to fix that. Inspiring. Oh, thank you, Who's Mate. I mean, if you want to be on my level, you can just start now. The sooner the better, right? Pro tips for getting into C++. From visual scripting. It's just to start. The pro tip is always just you got to start somewhere, so just start soon. I'm looking for a mouse cable. Hang on. Do I not have one somewhere? I need to charge my mouse soon. The longer you put it off, the less time you're going to spend using C++, so the sooner you use it, the better, if that makes sense. You're trying to make the animations fit the grid, or you do not care about it. I like how this looks, so I specifically implemented it this way. This was on purpose. You don't like the bloat and extra features of Unreal. You can do a lot in visual scripting. I mean, it's... I don't know what you want me to say other than just start small, you know? If you're used to using blueprints and you want to add a little function, there's no point in... Well, I would suggest using that as a starting point. You know, if it's only going to be a couple of nodes or whatever, why not give that a go? And then the more you do it, the better you'll get. Okay, yeah, this is annoying me. It's blinking at me, telling me it's like running out of battery, but I don't know where my charging cable is. Somewhere around here. I normally use it for my OSU thing. I don't want to yank the back out of my... I don't want to accidentally yank something out the back of my computer, so I'll just have to live with the blinking light for a bit. Not taking the fence post error into account. Okay. Let me think. Yeah, I mean, I can do a little bit. So we can say... Well, no, this is correct. Instead of upgrade sprite width, this is sprite width padded with margin. There you go. If that helps you imagine it in your head. So it's padded and with margin. Without margin, crucially. Oh, maybe that's the fence posting problem, you think. Hello, Mango. You're a C# dev. You're starting on Unreal. You're about to use C++ instead of Blueprints. The syntax looks strange. It'll look strange, and then you'll get better at it, and it won't look so strange anymore. It's just text. I am indeed using libraries. There's lots of information in the description that'll help you. Hello, Pocky. You reckon the margin here is causing problems? You have to go soon. Okay. Well, we can certainly just see what it looks like if I do this and then this. We just calculate it once. I'm not using Raylib. Have a look in the description. Okay, donut. There you go. This is without margin. You have to do it like I wrote. So you are just making me... Fine. I'll do it your way. Sprite width with 2 padding. That's this. And then you do this times 3. Plus gap times 2. By gap, do you mean margin? I'm assuming so. In which case it's just that then. If that's what you're asking. Gap is whatever gap you want between the padded sprites, so that would be margin. How long have I been into game dev? It's how I started programming when I was like 7 or 8 or whatever. I originally did game dev in Game Maker. Obviously I need to add the margin each time. I don't know if time plus 2 is correct, actually. It might just be the padding it needs. Ah, this looks nice. Although it's only taking 1 margin into account instead of 2. That's not quite what I was trying to do, but it is, I think, more centered. Or no, it's not, it's less centered. It's even worse. The Y is fine, but the X is off by... It's the same as before. Did you do margin instead of margin times 2? I did margin instead of margin times 2. And this, I did. I can certainly do that again. Have you ever used Raylib? Wrong place. Well, is it? I did want the gap between them to be this big. This is what I want. ideally. Whatever. I don't care. Right with padding. Sake. Times 3 plus margin times 2. Do I know? Sure. Why not? Which is the same as that whole lot minus margin, I guess. Does that look better? No, I've not used Raylib. I know it's popular. It looks pretty close. Within margin of error, I'd say. The screenshots I think are off by like a few pixels, but yeah, that's not bad. The Y is off now though. Annoyingly, that was perfect before. Fuck's sake. Why is the Y off? You might get in paint why it's correct, I'm sure. This needs to be margin times 2. I guess, maybe. Oh, I didn't hit the button. Oh, off he goes. Does this look better? I'm kind of nitpicking here. A lot of this doesn't really matter, let's be honest. But let's see. If it's good enough, then it'll be good enough for a while. It's good enough. Good enough. Good enough. Let's actually make the upgrades do something. Let's make it so you can actually click on something. We're fucking around with placement on screen when this is not the important part at all. But nice. That's looking great. Anyway, each box is a sprite with padding on both sides. There's 3 of those. The gap between them, there's 2 gaps. Oh, that's what you mean by the fence post issue. Yeah, but I was treating it as if there were 4 or 8 gaps. That makes sense, because I actually wanted double the margin, but whatever. Actually, if I... No, stop. This doesn't matter. I'm getting really distracted by this. I really thought I was going to get working on the upgrades today. Okay. Could I have a lambda on this clicked? Maybe? That's usually what I do in like an app. But I guess I could also handle it elsewhere. I gotta go now. See you, Donut. Thanks for the help. See ya. I think it's fine to keep these separate, because I could also make it so you have to click something for like a few seconds as a delay or something. I don't know. Whatever. It's clicked. It's just okay here. Let me think. Where would I want to deal with this? I could just do an update in Systems Manager for now. No, I don't like that. Adding a new system is always like a slight hassle. Maybe it's okay though. Ah, you know what I could do? I mean, I should just make a Make it a lambda. Honestly, it will solve some problems, wouldn't it? Oh, you want to be a void, I guess. I also want clickable to be deleted if you've clicked on it once. That should work. That's nice and neat. And then wherever I construct this, aka in factory, I guess, somewhere in here we're constructing a clickable. Your on click, so this is your hitbox or whatever. A little dangerous to put things in like that. But if I pass in just the registry, that should be okay. How about this? I think just passing in the registry is fine. Just saying, yeah, this is just referenced by default, I think, right? Capitalist is not a variable. It's not a variable. I was gonna say... Oh, where do I normally do this? Not in upgrades. Oh, maybe I deleted it. I had a comment here before. We can pass it in, even if it's a null entity. That's kind of okay. I don't know how, I don't really want to capture this explicitly, but I guess Entity Factory's not going anywhere. Don't you have a language-specific IDE? I mean, VS Code works with it. That's what you mean. You can write C++ in anything. You don't need to use anything fancy. There's fancy C++ IDEs. There's CLion, which is in what's the words? JetBrains. Sure. What do you normally program, Scream? Oh, I'm going to do it like this. Or can I... There's some weird syntax for this, I bet. Because it's an STD optional now. Let's just do it like this. We make you a ref. You're in web dev, so PHP Storm and all that jazz. PHP Storm's JetBrains, right? That's, yeah, there's IDEs for C++. You're wondering if there's focus tools for the language. VS Code works. You use plugins, of course, but you know, there's the C++ plugin. It's got 100 million installs. This is good enough. I mean, VS Code is not an IDE. It lacks a lot of basic features. If you're using PHP Storm, I'm guessing you've got some lovely refactoring tools baked in. We don't really have that. Kind of sucks, but this is the tool we use at work, so I use it for hobbying as well, just so the skills I gain at work and my hobbies complement each other. Why isn't STD optional around though? STD... Like, you're an optional. But I'd have thought that you would unwrap and become the value within. So this is just weird syntax, isn't it? Do it like this. Syntax for this is not quite right. You know how I ended up here, but watching other people code is also building you as a dev. That's a nice mindset. What sort of stuff do you do in web, do you want me to ask or no? Barry Davis wrote his own OS and language. Yeah. That's true. Do I have to do it like this? This is weird. That can't be right. Oh, that's horrible. Oh, that can't be right. I thought you could get away without doing this, but I guess it can't disambiguate? What's the word? Ambiguous. Disambiguate. That's the word. Couldn't disambiguate. Yeah, look. I think that actually gave me the upgrade. It just didn't end the level up screen. Yeah, look. It totally works. I just need to make it quit the level up screen as well. Oh, that's so nice. Let's see. So, asset manager. Crying in this song. That's weird. Entity factory. Let's say registry.context.get level up. Advanced auto level up is this. if level up. Oh, let's just say. Hello, 6 for 12. You mostly do government stuff, and that's trying to meet modern times. Many forms and data collection, nothing special, but you never touch C++. You have a mind twist just looking at the syntax. I mean, you should also see some familiar faces, right? Like all your for loops, your while loops, your common syntax for, I mean, I don't know if PHP has templating and stuff, but you have generics, I'm guessing. Templating is C++'s answer to generics. Or your wildcards? I really don't know PHP, but, you know, generics. Watched in a temperature too high. Hey, KML. Oh, you're const, aren't you? Whoops. Then we'll just want to remove it. Yeah, plenty similar, but some things are different. You don't have generics. It's in RFC but declined. What does that mean? Sorry, I don't know web so well. I used to do mobile dev, but that's surprisingly different from web. What's going on? We're making the level up system. Ain't that cool? RFC is request for comments, so people who make proposals for language or library changes. Oh, it's like they're talking about it, but it's not in there yet. You don't have generics in PHP, really? Again, like I know so little about it, but you normally use PHP to write like server backends, I thought, right? Yeah, I'm guessing you have. It must be object oriented, right? So can you at least have? It's interpreted dynamic language. Generics is half pointless. Oh, I guess you can just cast things as other things or whatever. There's ways to. Like if you're in a form, I'm guessing that every element in the form is like a view, or it's a text box, but then that text box is also technically a view, but also this text box is the password text. Like one element can be one of many things, and you want to be able to treat it as such. It has static types, but they're enforced at runtime. Wow. Is game dev worth it as a career? No. Hello, Marcel. It is OOP, yeah. Oh, cool. Game dev as a career is really rough. I don't do it as a career. This is a hobby. It depends on the country you're living in. I think Finland and Turkey are particularly good for game dev, weirdly, and Korea, I think. Maybe Japan. But game dev is it's a weird career to get into. You don't have unless you're very lucky, you probably wouldn't have a very permanent contract. A lot of studios hire game devs per project. Not every studio, obviously, but there's many studios that will hire you for the course of a project, and then if it gets cancelled, then you're out of a job. Or, you know, these days you could be at a game that's actually working okay and they'll still fire everyone anyway. UK is decent from what you've heard. Oh yeah. I mean, you could work at Jagex if you want to get paid like 15 grand a year, but live in Cambridge. But yeah, I mean, game dev's a fun hobby. It's a tough career to get into. If you wanted to get into it as a career, you'd have to pick Unreal or Unity, maybe Godot, if you're going for like indie studios. You want to make a game for the PHP, a PHP for the PSP, without docs and sources? How on earth are you doing that? Is the PSP dev kit open source? Game dev or web dev? That's a good question. I think a lot more people desire a web developer than a game developer. I think there's a lot of companies that you still want a web dev behind the scenes doing work. But game development it's an entertainment industry. Everyone's there for, well, not everyone, but a lot of people are there for passion, and it's a lot easier to abuse people's passion than a job where people are just there for the cash, really. Hello, Mixer. Game dev is bordering on breaking the Modern Slavery Act. I don't know if bordering, I think it might just be breaking it in some places. Web dev still needs a backend, there's plenty of people. Yeah, I think web dev is perfectly stable. As stable as you could be in this fucking industry, but you know, if a company's smart, which is saying a lot, they still need a guy, like a person running the back end. You can't completely you can't just let that fucking go to the weeds. Yeah, Claude says he'll just run the back end fine. I don't know what he meant by drop tables, but he did it. We were getting some performance issues from there being too many elements in the database, and he just nuked it. And well, none of us know what that means because we fired the web dev. You know, you still need people on that shit. You've been pursuing game dev for a while, but you've ended up building software that's game adjacent. Yeah, I mean, if you want to be a game developer and have a stable job, you work for the military, right? Isn't that like the career path? Like, or you work for like a medical company as like the person making the software for X-ray machines. Like if you work in the military, they do a lot of stuff with simulation, and a lot of them use Unreal these days. Surprising amount of places use Unreal. A lot of industries. But that's a good spot to be. All those drones that are killing everyone, probably programmed by like a silly Gen Z guy. Unfortunately, embedded is safe. I think it's pretty safe. Yeah. It's the LLMs don't work so well with proprietary things, and they're not so hot on embedded. Like right now, at least. Military wouldn't have you because you have dual citizenship. Renounce your half citizenship for a career. I wouldn't do that. Game dev is less about starting a business and creating. Yeah, it's more like art. Yeah, it's tough to do a job in art in general. What are your thoughts on VR game development? I think it's sad that VR is not more popular, but I mean, I don't own a VR headset, so I'm part of the problem. I'd like to buy Valve's new one whenever it comes out, if it's any good. I do embedded. I'm an embedded developer. This is just a hobby. There's a surprising amount of crossover between game dev and embedded, though. Sudo rm fr? No preserve root. Ooh. You see a good mine in the VR market. If you got in really early, which I think it's still considered early, if you're able to make like a Beat Saber 2 and just accept the fact that no one's going to play it for a decade, then that's fine. I think honestly, if you want VR games to be popular, AR games might end up being a bigger industry. I'm just pulling this out of my arse, but I think those like meta glasses that people wear that have like a screen in them, I suspect, I'm making this up, but I suspect AR will be more popular than VR in general. Because I imagine we'll reach a point where it's not so weird to have a pair of smart glasses, despite Google Glass's failure. And then if you can play a little silly game in your AR glasses, then that would be popular, but it would probably just be Flappy Bird or Mario Run, like one-touch things where you just tap the glasses or your hand or something. One action thing. So that's not like Boneworks, you know. I think embedded development is working on microprocessors, working on the little tiny chips with very limited specs. So working on something with like 64 kilobytes of RAM with a couple sensors attached or whatever. Boneworks, I sure hope they do. Roadworks ahead. I hope so. Still raw dogging. That's right. This code is raw and then compiled and then provided to my computer. Anyway, harder for aerospace. Aerospace would be cool. Aerospace would be really cool. What I need to do is pretty simple. In systems manager. And let's say game state isn't freeze frame, blah 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 blah. That might just do it. What kind of work are you into? Is it defense related or more private? I'm not gonna dox myself, but I am not killing people with the results of my work. No one should be getting injured by what I do at work. I hope. Unless they're shoving the processor up their ass. Ooh, I got a crash. Invalid key. Awesome. Where? Yeah. If it has value, then execute value. Oh, I'm guessing it's the thing I'm doing in there. Spawn upgrade. Oh, yeah, okay, that's a problem. Why would you not be in there? Oh, I guess that's easy enough to check. Level up is blah, 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 blah. Something like this. Well, I'd like to know why it doesn't have level up, because you bloody should have it. Any programming books you'd recommend? I've got a few. I don't know if necessarily if I'd recommend them. I've got A Tour of C++, C++ Software Design, and Effective Modern C++. I'll be honest, if you want to read on C++, there's plenty of free stuff online. I got these books through work. I paid nothing, so they're great. Yeah. A friend got a job at a company that produces precision parts for aerospace. That's sick. Do you need a bachelor degree to get in your role? I'd recommend it, yeah. I've needed my degree to get my job, my last job, and I think the one before that. All my programming jobs have required me to have a degree. So I'd recommend it, personally. Okay, that worked that time. I think I might have double-clicked. I think what happens is, by pausing, I only get to click once. But if you don't pause, then you actually execute on-click twice. So I'm not nullifying it after each time. Okay, I know exactly what's going wrong. So here, I'm actually clicking it multiple times a frame, and it's all going wrong. So that's easy enough. Can I nuke on-click within itself? Or do I need to make a fancier, like, auto-resetting sort of function? This might be illegal. I think. Yeah, this is bullshit. Can I say this is null? No. How can I do this better? I think I'd need to have my own sort of function to make sure it only gets executed once. Yeah, instead of using std function, I probably need to make my own thing. You followed me on Blue Sky and noticed you made Welsh cakes. Yeah, cack and gree. My grandma's Welsh. I really like cack and gree. I need to make them more, but she recommends that you... do you read the docs on the other monitor? I do. I mean, I'm reading Twitch chat. My other monitor is Twitch chat, YouTube chat, OBS, Poke and Chill, youtube.com. But if I go on CPP ref, that always opens on the other monitor because that's where YouTube is. And that's where I pull up CPP ref. But yeah, I mean, chat is here. I've got monitor here, monitor here. You are the docs, yeah. You're close to leaving web and going somewhere else. Embedded on the cards and an alternative. Most of your friends are embedded and not web. Embedded's fun. It's interesting. You get to work with restrictions, and if you like anything about art, you know that restrictions are where creativity shines. What a lovely phrase. But like actually though, like we have to think about how much size things take up at work, and people actually care. When I did mobile, everything defaults to double. In Swift, the default number is the maximum size. It's a nothing matters. You just shove everything in a recycle view, and it's good enough because phones have like 8 gigs of RAM. So it's nice working on something with restrictions. Double. I think a lot of modern languages maybe, but they do like float. You don't use float. You use double by default. You had the same thought I had, but when you saw how VR has been adopted by little kids in 3 or 4, is that a thing? Are children using VR? Can they use VR? Do they fit on their heads? Are they not too heavy? Can I give tips for a beginner in embedded? You're into drones and stuff. It's the same as any advice. It's always just to do lots and lots of little projects. If you want to start doing big, exciting things, like if you wanted to build your own drone, I wouldn't start with building the drone. I'd start with small little things. You know, buy like a little STM32 or a little what have I got in Clio or something? It doesn't matter. You just or a little ESP or something, and just hack away at it. Hello, Shadow. How do I code in daily basis? Where do I learn to... Sorry, I'm getting really tired. It's midnight. I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. So. How do I learn to code on daily basis? If I don't understand something, I search up the documentation and read it until I understand and try. Not when working with those thick-ass buffers and graphics. Oh, yeah. Yeah, just, you know what? Load the whole bitmap in memory. Yeah, it's already on the disk. Nah, just put it in memory, it's fine. You can fit those megabytes, it doesn't matter. You do C# at work, you use static allocation where it makes sense, and you're not using link. You know for a fact you can write better SQL that's more performant than what SQL shits out. Yeah. Yeah, trial and failure is good. Failure means you have space to grow. If you don't fail, then what the fuck are you doing? You gotta mess up, right? It's boring to never mess up. Rawdog embedded and build your own device with parts of Alibaba. That's good. And if you see the magic smoke, then it means you've done something right. I don't know what photon fusion is. Are you inventing like a new form of electricity generation or something? You're entering CS. Do you need 32 gigs of RAM and a D GPU? No. If you're going to university, you will be perfectly fine with a fucking Chromebook. You can... I imagine if your computer is really bad, there's probably even a website that lets you use like cloud computing to compile stuff. Your like your Chromebook from school or whatever will be fine. Yeah. You've been learning for 1.5 years and you work on web dev field, but you feel you're not making progress. Do you periodically take like a rain check? You say you're not feeling like you're making progress, but how do you measure that? Do you go back and look at work you did 6 months ago and think that looks like shit? Because then that means you've learned. Ideally, you should always look at your old code and say it looks like shit. I don't know if that's always true, but it's been true for the last decade. Compsci you could probably do on your phone, yeah. You probably want a bigger keyboard, though. I don't know if I'd want to type on my phone. A tablet would be probably okay. I don't know. Kids are probably programming on iPads, right? Get scared doing a git blame and finding out you were the culprit of shit code. Yeah, dude. You can do inline git blame in VS Code. And you can just see like a decorator, and you're like, who wrote this dog shit? And you just see your own name, 2025, and you think, oh, By the way, this whole project's 6 years old. Imagine 6 years of fucking debt. I would use your cursor, yeah, but I use keyboard for a lot of things. Let's get around, but multi-line's easier with mouse. Okay, anyway, I wanted like an auto resetting on click. So I need to have a better way to handle this. I think I might need to store the actual on click separately to the on click function. If that makes sense. So we'd need to, I think that makes sense. std function void click. So this could be private. Void handle click. This is a little stupid. Can you? Well, I guess I could do it like this. Hang on a moment. I might be writing some utter rubbish right now, and if I am, I'm so sorry. If on... Well, I'll put this above, I guess. If on... Can I do this? This might not be allowed. You can default initialize as a optional. So if it has a value, then on click dot value execute on click equals empty, and then that could be it, right? That might be it. That should be okay. And then in responder click, it should just be clickable.click. Maybe? In Rider you can click an accessible button and see every line's git blame. Yeah. IntelliJ stuff makes it easy. I remember Android Studio had a really nice way of seeing git history. It let you sort of just browse through history like you're using the Wayback Machine. It was really nice. Use grep a lot when you need something. You tend to be able to keep a code base in your head well enough. I think I've got a decent job of this code base in my head. I mean, I'm using VS Code basically as Notepad with the OK search functionality. Epileptic brain has almost has destroyed your memory center. You can remember where code is better than most things. It's interesting. Acme is fun to use. It works well with grep. Your grep script shows the file name and the line of what you're looking for. You could just right click and it takes you there. That is nice. I wish I was better at that stuff, but I also remember that I don't tend to need it. Like again, like at work we use VS Code, so if I can use this tool well, that's kind of all I need. Yeah. I don't know, Mixer. Have a look in the description, you and Milo. This is a hobby project for my personal growth. I might not be able to do it like this. I don't know what the syntax would be. I kind of thought this would be okay. It's clearly not. I mean, I could just define it in the constructor. Like if I did it like this. Do I need to... I'm getting a little tired, I guess. Let's do this. We're going to have an on click and we're going to have a click box like so. I guess I don't need that. And then we'll use this. that should do that. We no longer need to default construct you. And then in here, we can say, oh, this crap in here. Something like this. And then... maybe? This is messy. Something more like this. I'm making this a little messier than it needs to be. I don't know where all these extra things are coming from. A little confused about it, I'll be honest. What the fuck? Sorry, I've messed up my code a bit. I need to fix this. You had grepper on Google search before Gemini replaced it for you. Grepper on Google search. I do C++ at work, yeah. Yeah, we use C++ without the standard template library, indeed. And exceptions are weird. We have our own way of handling it, I guess. But yeah, the rel with, well, the min size rel release does strip exceptions. Yeah, if that's what you were meant. Am I losing my bloody mind? This is the hang on, let me just think for a moment. You're in the constructor. You're now outside of the constructor, so none of you are needed. I think I shouldn't be doing this when I'm tired. Just hide this for a second. Yeah, I'm losing my fucking mind. Something like this. Get rid of this namespace thing, and then I think that's mostly okay. Soggy brain. I am feeling soggy brain. Right, that's better. I guess this could technically be a class at this point. Don't think about it. Class would save as this one line, but everything's a struct in this program. I like typing struct. Makes me feel like I'm doing something fun. No classes here. I guess we just let this compile first. Good enough. So now I need to call you with the actual designated initializer, which is just without names. I must struct additional objects. Exactly, buddy. Okay. Now I can try and fix this weird syntax. Well, I'll just type it out again. Hmm. A little weird. See you later. Thanks, Anish. Have a nice evening. Bye-bye. I think this works. I think this is now a automatically resetting function. And of course I could just make this into its own struct should I need to use this again in the future, but I'd like to see it working before I think about that. Okay, it's not quite working. Oh. Should say cheese instead of choose. I agree. Maybe that's a random chance. Kind of thought this would work. Yeah, my mouse is screaming at me. It needs to be charged. It wants cheese. Oh, hang on, I found the cable. Thank you, Wooting. Read access violation. I mean, I could do the fucking this thing, right? This fucking notation that people do. I did goofed. Class member cannot appear in capture list because it's not a variable. Shows how much I know. Maybe that was the problem. Why is this so much more complicated than it should be? He asks himself. If I just pass in this scope, it compiles, but I suspect onClick in this case, it's pointing to a function scope that doesn't, that's out of scope? Because this is during the constructor. I don't need to make onClick a unique pointer or something, right? That would be weird. Hello. Might just Google this in a moment. I don't know. Yeah. I have a feeling that this code is just not quite correct. So onClick doesn't have value because onClick in this case is being passed into this lambda from this scope, which I thought would mean that onClick has value, but clearly that's not the case for some reason. Why is that? Because this is being called from the action responder system. Why is this not working? Do I need to pass in just this directly? I don't know if that really saves much. Doesn't really do anything, I thought. I think. I mean, I can certainly I can give it a go. C++ auto reset, like one-time STD function. Maybe there's like a standard way to do this. Oh, STD call once. There might already be a thing for this. STD call once. Oh, this might be built into the language. Hang on, I might be dense. How new is that? Yeah, this isn't working. Hang on. STD call once. Calls the callable object once, exactly once, even if it's called from several threads. Huh. C++11? Wait, why don't we use this at work? Does it require the heap? STD call once. Yeah, STD call once. Okay, I'm being dense. Hang on, there's an easier way to do this. How do you reset it? I don't need to reset it. This is only one-time use. This is genuinely a one-time use thing. Usually it's for threading, I suppose, but I think it kind of works for what I need. You have to have a flag for it. STD wants flag. I guess I could pass in the function like this, and then instead of having this as an optional, this could be an STD call once. STD wants flag it needs. So UI. Do I need to include mutex? Yeah. Give it a moment to think about what it's done. So instead of click, we can have on click is full the And then none of this. Actually, just... Well, you might want to... Does it throw if it calls multiple times? That much is not terribly clear. It just says possible output. Did I not include mutex? There's mutex right there. Maybe it's not in this, even though it says C++ 11. Sorry, what do you mean it doesn't exist? Maybe it has no default initializer. C++ std call once. Stack Overflow. Let's call once store as member. Oh, does it need to have a type signature? Like this, maybe. Understanding call once in C++. Blah, 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 blah. Wait, is call once a function, not a variable? In which case, this is not quite what I thought it was. Yeah, I think this is not quite what I thought this was. I don't have a Medium account. Oh, it's a function. It's a public member function. My favorite part about the C++ standard is that functions and variables have the same naming for conventions. So this isn't what I want at all. But what I was doing before actually was not so stupid. That's a shame. I mean, I could probably use that call once syntax still. It doesn't solve my problem though. Because the problem was that the onClick I'm passing in seems to not have a value. And I think, honestly, this kind of worked. The idea was correct, at least. The reason that this doesn't work, I think, is a scoping issue. It's a little frustrating, because it's not a compile time problem. I wonder what's off. I suppose I could just experiment briefly and see what happens if I just directly call on click. But that's... I'm definitely giving it a value, right? We should check there first, maybe. Hello, Pookie. Nice job, thanks. How are you? I think I'm causing some problems in here. It says private, so I can't. If I were to bump this up a level, would you be happy? Struggling a little bit with some. I wanted a self-resetting lambda, but yeah, causing me some trouble. I think lifetime is the problem. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you can go first, fine. In which case you might as well just pass fucking everything in at that point, yeah. So this, I thought, would be fine. Of course, I could just do some like hackery, but I'd rather not. I could point to something hacky, but I'd really rather not do that. Could also tie this to I mean, I could just allow it to get called multiple times and just handle it. I just wanted a neat way to do this, you know? If I were to simply say, then that would solve the problem as well, but it's not what I want, really. I guess I could shelve it for now and come back to this when I've had some sleep. If I just hide this for a second. Keep it messy so I like remember to come back to it. And then, can I STD move a function? Or was it not allowed? I remember there's some reason that STD function was problematic. In fact, that might have already been some of the problem I was having. I think I'm storing STD function elsewhere, am I not? Maybe not. I'm storing it in delayed function, of course. Use it pretty regularly. Yeah, but there's some problems with it, I remember. I think they were even considering getting rid of it. You're obviously passing in copies of entity. That's not causing problems. It's possible that I'm passing in a copy of the registry, which would be problematic. I suppose I could also use this. I mean, if I could even have it as a delayed execute. If I go to my components, yeah, I have a feeling that I was causing some problems here. Hang on a hot minute. Instead of onClick being an optional of a function, could you be an optional of delayed execute? Or do you not have access to you here? It might be the case that we don't have access to delayed execute here. What game? There's information in the description that might help you. Okay, we ignore the whole idea of a delayed execute for just a hot minute. really this body that I want. Yeah, this is all wrong, I think. Okay, I mean, what I could also do is just handle this elsewhere. I just think it's messy. Instead of this being an STD function, it could also just be a void function. That might make more sense. Maybe I'm really overthinking this. Oh, I think I've been horribly overthinking this. STD optional for STD function. For what STD function has operator bool overload to check if function... Or check has function or not? Pardon? Hello. Does STD function have a flag to say if it's been executed already? STD function. Maybe I've been missing something under my nose this whole time. General wrapper, copy store, etc. It has an operator bool overload to check if it has a function or not. Does it? Operator bool, check if a target is contained. I see 3 stars. I mean, you can see on the on-screen, but I'm guessing you linked to CPP reference. It does have a bool. If I... okay, stick with me for a second then. If I change this back to just a standard old STD function, fine. Sorry this has become a little messy. And I just leave this as is, on click, blah, 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 blah. My execute function. I don't know why you look like this. I can say if on click, then, on click, and then if this on click is empty function. Would this also do the job? I think I'd still need to pass in a registry here, I guess. Maybe. So that's just temporarily... Oh, I don't want temporarily execute. Oh, pass in the registry. You need to... Yeah. Reference to the registry can be passed in here, and then we can pass in the registry here. I wasn't aware of this. Why don't I use this at work? Because we have like a special function that does all this nonsense I was just trying to do now. Man, it hates this. It might hate this because it's just not compiling now. Oh, I forgot to actually have a constructor. Consider moving it to avoid unnecessary copies. Yeah. STD move. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. So, are you saying that I'm having a look at operator bool, checks if target is contained? So I've been working on this for 6 years or so. If it's an empty function, does it return false to the bool? I probably don't need this here either. I'm sorry, your links don't work on Twitch. You're just function can accept null pointer. Oh yeah. Hang on a minute then. So instead it's null PTR. What was it? Null pointer, yeah. Empty brackets is okay. Okay. Because I'm assuming empty brackets is just default initializer, and I'm guessing the default initializer is null pointer? Question mark? Thanks, that's really good advice. Let's see. You want a ENTT registry. Ref registry. Don't know if you need that. Suspect not. Local player entity and upgrade could be passed in as... You could be passed in as a reference, or I could just grab you again. I think that's fine. An upgrade should be passed in as a copy. It's passed in as a reference. What's the syntax for that? Yeah, ref. Fine. I'm getting a beep beep. Who is it? It's Chris. She's gonna sleep. Okay. Oh shit, it's 1 AM. When did it get so late? Alright, it's compiling. Let's see. Also hi NS Dev. NS had nothing to do with Next Systems. Hey, it works. Yeah. Buddy, great advice. Thanks so much. I did not know about the std function by working like that. Completely new to me. That's really good. See, look, now you click, it adds it. Banger. I've lost myself in the source. I've gone a little tired. It's been 4 hours, I guess. But this is cool, right? It's like a video game. And then it's as simple as going into here when you're picking an upgrade and then actually having it work, which is going to be a tricky part because it's a variant. Don't quite know how I'm going to do that right now. There's probably something with like std visit and then generating a random index over upgrade and then doing variant alternative. There's probably some way alternatively. Oh, I don't know. Oh. Alright, youtube.com. Just go straight in the middle of some fucking weird music. Oh yes, airbag. Alright, well. I think this is an okay space to drop it for today. Yeah, I was messing around with this earlier. Thanks for the advice. How long have I been coding in C++? I started in university, so that would have been about 10 years ago. And I did my dissertation in it. But then I did mobile development for like 6 years. And then I switched over to doing C++ at work about a year and a half ago. So time is odd. This project's been... I've been working on this project since 2020, but sporadic. Like, we worked on it loads during COVID, and then I took a few year gap, and now I'm working on it again, so... I have a handful of years in C++, I'd say. I've been programming for fucking 20. Your English listening skills are weak. Oh, sorry. I'll mute the music. I started learning C++ about 10 years ago. I used it in university for a few years, and I've also done it at work for about 1.5 years. And I've also worked on this project for about 6 years, so it's hard to say. And I've also done mobile development as my main career for about 6 years before switching to C++. So I have, I don't know how you'd say how many years of experience. 10 years of experience sounds like I'm lying, even though it's true. Because years of experience is a weird measurement. Like, I started 10 years ago at C++, but I certainly haven't used it every day for 10 years. That makes sense. But your name isn't like a reference to Next Systems, like all the Objective-C APIs, right? Is it something else? If you ever do stuff in Swift, you'll see a lot of Objective-C stuff popping up that has NS as a prefix. It's funny. Let me think. One upgrade. Upgrade is explosive reload. I guess I could just I'm between 3 days or 2 hours of experience. Yeah, I mean, this project's been hundreds and hundreds of hours of programming, so I've used C++ for hundreds, and I've used it at work. I mean, if you work for however many hours a year, C++. No, my current job is C++. I do embedded work. I've been doing it for about 1.5 years. So I think I have like a few thousand hours in C++. If you, how many years do you work a year? How many hours in a work year? It says 2,000 hours according to some Google summary. So I've worked for 3,000 hours in C++, give or take. And then this project has been another like 500 hours or something. So, you know, I've spent the equivalent of maybe 2 or 3 years full-time working in C++. I don't know. It's hard to calculate. Maybe 4, I don't know. Years is a weird measurement. I'd say that I've only just realized that std function has a Boolean operator, so maybe I'm new. Anyway, can I quickly knock this out, or do you think it's going to be tricky? I don't remember the syntax for this. std visit upgrade. This is not quite the syntax, is it? No, let me think. I have explosive reload for just a second. Well, I could be pretty simple for now. I could say, something like this. This game is a hobby, though, yeah. Depends what you do in the versions. Yeah, I mean, 11 was the big one, right? Yeah, I don't know a lot about the newer versions. We don't get to use them at work. We're using, like, 17, I think. Actually, random percent gives you something multiplied by 100, so I can make you a size T, actually. Maybe that was the issue. So here we have a size 2. I'd basically like to say I would like upgrade to be the variant at that position. Do I do that with guns, actually? Spawn weapon. Oh no, weapon type is an enum. I mean, I'm doing this similar stuff. So instead of static cast weapon type, there must be a way to use std visit. It's not. No, it's not visit. STD... Variant alternative T? But this was the problem. This has to be compile time, right? Like this was my big issue with variant. You're required to pass a constant here. So I can't work out... Yeah, this was the problem I was having before. And I mean, I could do this. It's a little stupid. But technically this compiles, so I'd like to know the proper way of doing this. Because now 0 is a constant. Right? There must be a better way. This is dumb. It obviously works, but it's really, really dumb. So... maybe you have to use macros or something to generate this for you. I hate it. There must be like some syntax to do this easily. It's also not working. Why is that? I'm just using 0. You should be random. Yeah, I should sleep, sorry. I still used to play that BA update. Yeah, look, so this works. It's just really weird. If I spawn a bunch of enemies at once, if I get a bunch of levels, it should actually let you pick multiple upgrades. But that seems to work. Obviously, there's nothing in place to stop it from just randoming the same thing every time. In fact, it isn't... Is RNG not a reference? You are. That's weird. This should be modifying that. That's odd. That's really weird. They aren't real, it's true. Okay, I don't know why it works like that. I rolled all 3 this time, that's crazy luck. Okay. Well anyway, look. The basic idea is there. Oh. Maybe it is giving different stuff each time. STD variant alternative. Yeah, it's cool. I just saw a secondary shot. It seems to me like the sprite's just not updating. Yeah, now this complains because 4 doesn't exist and it knows that at compile time, so... whatever. Well, whatever. Fine for now. Am I passing in registry as a copy somewhere? Feels possible, doesn't it? Why don't use a switch case? Because this is temporary. This is temporary. This is not how the code should look. You want it to look ugly, so I remember to fix it. I could even put it in some extra braces to make it really stick out. Imaging variant. Oh yeah. Hey man. Anyway, I need to go to bed. It's 1 AM. I'm quite tired. Hope you liked the stream today. There's a few things to fix next time. I need to find a better solution than this, because this is ugly. Maybe Donut's variant works better. He has his own version of it. Yeah, look. You can kill stuff, you can level up. When you level up, your actual stats go up. You can see them with tab. That was there before. But you can also level up and you can pick a random upgrade. Wait, I need to go to bed, dude. Have a good night. Good night, dude. And look, then the upgrade appears on your character. Something's a little broken with it, but that's okay. Quick for variant with overload's cool. Okay. I'm sorry, dude. I have to go to bed. Could you post it on Discord or something? I'm really tired. I can't sit up for longer. It's been 4.5 hours. And I was doing off-stream work for a few hours as well. Alright, you've posted it here. Template, type name fn, struct overloads function using... Thank you. I have to go, dude. That looks nice and fancy. I'd like to read into it. Alright, I gotta go to bed. Good night, dude.